Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, we journey into the heart of an ancient Celtic legend. A man lost in thought among the hills becomes the object of something both otherworldly and breathtaking. Her words speak of a world beyond mortal reach, pulling him toward a fate both wondrous and perilous. As always, liking and subscribing would mean the world to me, as it helps my stories spread a little magic to those who might need it. Now, cozy up, take in a deep breath, and let's travel back 1,000 years to a time of myth and legend. Conle sat alone on the windswept summit of the hill of Ushnock, his gaze drifting across the starlit expanse of rolling land. Though the night air was cold, he felt a strange comfort here, surrounded by silence and shadows, under a sky wide enough to make him feel small, yet free. This was where he could breathe, far from the constant expectations, the praise, and the whispers that came with being the son of Finnan of the 100 battles. From birth, Conle had been bound to a path that felt as inescapable as the sun's rise. He was expected to inherit his father's spirit and strength, to be a leader to their people, and to uphold the legacy Finnan had carved out with a lifetime of victories. Yet, no matter how much he trained, no matter how hard he fought to wear the mantle expected of him, Conle could not shake the feeling that he was a shadow moving in the wake of a giant. In the glow of fires back at his father's fortress, he felt the weight of Finnan's gaze, ever watchful, unyielding in its belief in Conle's destiny. But here, on this ancient hill under the vastness of the heavens, he could be something else, someone who wasn't defined by battles or lineage. Here, dreams would visit him, dreams of a different life, one where he was not bound to wear a title or bear the weight of his father's legacy. He imagined distant lands, places that existed only in whispers and songs, realms where warriors laid down their weapons and lived in peace. In these dreams, he was free to roam, to wander wherever his spirit called him, untethered from the duty that bound his every step. And so, night after night, he climbed the hill and sat in solitude, chasing glimpses of something he could barely name. Here, under the watch of the stars and the vast, silent sky, he felt whole in a way he never felt within the walls of his father's hall. This place became his refuge, a place to nurture a longing that felt both foreign and inevitable. He didn't yet know what he was waiting for, or why he felt as if something lay just beyond the horizon, unseen but beckoning. But as he sat there on the hill, he could almost believe that the answer might find him here, drifting on the wind and slipping through the shadows, waiting for the night when he would finally be ready to listen. The evening began like any other. Conle had climbed the hill of Ushnock in solitude, wrapped in his own thoughts, feeling the cool breeze trace patterns across his skin. But tonight, the air felt charged, humming with something he couldn't name. The sky above seemed closer, stars sharper, as though the hill had drawn him into a hidden pocket of the world. He stood on the edge of the summit, gazing into the dark, when a flicker of movement caught his eye. Slowly, a woman appeared before him, her figure framed by starlight. She wore a dress woven of silken threads that shimmered like moonlit water, and her hair cascaded down her shoulders like the midnight sky itself, scattered with glints of silver. Her eyes, bright and knowing, seemed to hold entire worlds within them. Conle's breath caught in his throat. She was unlike anyone he had ever seen, radiant yet soft, exuding a quiet power that felt both inviting and mysterious. "Conle," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze, but with a depth that made the earth itself feel alive beneath him. She spoke his name with such familiarity that it seemed she had always known him. Who are you?" he managed, both entranced and cautious. He felt he should be afraid, but the sense of danger was eclipsed by something stronger. A warmth, a curiosity, as though he had been waiting for this moment all his life. "I am a traveler from a place far away," she replied, her words a melody that seemed to carry on the night air. "A place known as Chirnameo, the land of the living. There we know only peace. We are untouched by age or sorrow, free from the burdens that bind those of your world." Conle felt his heart quicken, a pulse of something close to joy coursing through him. He had heard tales of such places, whispered legends passed down from ancient times, but they were always told as dreams, fantasies that faded with the dawn. Yet, here she was, speaking of this place, as if it were as real as the ground beneath his feet. "And you live there?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, afraid that too much sound might shatter her image like mist. She nodded, a soft smile gracing her lips. "I do, and I have come to you, Conle, to tell you that such a life is within your reach. There is a place for you in Chirnameo, should you wish it." The offer hung in the air between them, weighty and seductive. Conle could hardly believe his own ears. A place of eternal peace? Freedom from the shadows of expectation? From the constant looming weight of duty? The very things he had yearned for on countless nights. The visions that had danced just beyond his reach. She was offering them to him, as if plucking them from his heart's deepest desires. "But why me?" he asked, both exhilarated and bewildered. "Why would you offer this to me?" The woman's eyes softened, and in that moment, she seemed to see right through him, as though she knew every corner of his soul. Because you are different, Conle. You are not meant to be bound by the life your world demands. In Tir na Meo, you would be free to live as you wish, to wander as your heart desires. There, you would belong in ways you have never known here. Her words resonated in him like an echo, stirring that unnamed longing he had carried for so long. And as she spoke, the vision of Tir na Meo filled his mind, a land untouched by sorrow or decay, a place where time flowed gently, without rush or restraint. It was everything he had ever dreamed of, and more. He wanted to ask more, to understand the nature of this offer, to know if he could trust her. But her gaze held him, rendering all questions irrelevant. I will come to see you again, Conle, she said, her voice lilting with an almost playful promise. And when I do, I will ask if you are ready to follow me. Until then, remember that Tir na Meo awaits you. Whenever you are prepared to leave the bonds of this world behind. With those words, she turned and, as gracefully as she had appeared, began to fade into the night. He wanted to reach out, to ask her to stay, but he found himself rooted to the spot, his voice lost to awe. And then she was gone, leaving only the starlit hill and the quiet, steady beating of his heart, thrumming with new possibility. For the first time, Conle felt as though he had glimpsed his true self, a self unbound, unburdened, a self that could exist somewhere beyond the world he knew. He closed his eyes, letting the silence of the hill wash over him. The steady night sounds, the whisper of the wind, the occasional rustling of leaves, seemed oddly distant, as if they were mere remnants of a world he no longer fully inhabited. For the first time in his life, he felt as though he might belong somewhere other than his father's shadow, somewhere beyond the world he had known. He lingered on the hill for hours, replaying her words, her face, the glow in her eyes when she spoke of Tir na Meo, a place of peace, freedom, and timeless joy. The idea of it haunted him, pulling at something deep within, a part of himself that he had long kept hidden, a life free from duty, from expectation, free to simply be. He had longed for such a thing, yet he had never believed it could exist beyond the confines of his own restless heart. And now, he was no longer sure. Conle knew he would return to this hill again and again, hoping to see her, to hear her speak of Tir na Meo. He felt it as surely as he felt the earth beneath his feet. The thought of her return lingered in his mind, stirring a strange sense of anticipation and peace. When at last he made his way back down the hill, the first light of dawn was breaking across the sky. The world looked as it always had. But for Conle, everything had changed. A quiet resolve had taken hold within him, a new certainty that he would see her again, and when she returned, he would listen. She had given him a glimpse of a different life, a life that felt like his own, perhaps for the first time. By dawn, the thrill of Conle's encounter had only intensified, filling him with a sense of possibility he had never known. He hurried back to his father's grand hall, his heart racing with the need to share what he had seen and heard on the hill. As he stepped inside, the rich scents of morning fires and simmering porridge greeted him, grounding him momentarily. But his mind was still far away, drifting somewhere beyond the hill, lost in the glow of her promise. Finnan of the 100 Battles, his father, was seated alone at the long table in the main hall. The sight of him was formidable, even in the soft light of dawn. Finnan was a man built from iron and experience, his face weathered from years spent in countless wars and victories that had cemented his name as a legend. He was a man with little patience for fantasies, his world carved out by grit and reality. But Conle could not keep this to himself. He approached his father, heart pounding, and sat across from him, his excitement so palpable it seemed to fill the quiet hall. "Father," he began, struggling to contain the fervor in his voice. Finnan looked up, his eyes sharp and discerning, instantly sensing that something unusual was stirring within his son. "What is it, Conle?" Finnan's voice was calm, steady as a stone, a tone that had both reassured and intimidated Conle since childhood. "Last night," Conle said, leaning forward, "I met someone." Finnan's expression didn't change, but his gaze held a flicker of interest. Conle knew that Finnan valued straightforwardness, especially from him. He took a breath and continued. "A woman appeared on the hill," Conle said, his voice hushed with awe. "She was unlike anyone I have ever seen. She spoke to me of a place she called Chir Nameo, a land of peace, free from burdens, a place where sorrow doesn't touch those who live there." Finnan's brow furrowed slightly. "And you spoke with her?" he asked, his voice measured, the weight of a question that already held judgment. "Yes," Conle replied, a spark of wonder lighting in his eyes. "She told me there was a place for me there, that I could be free of all this." He gestured faintly around the hall, his hand encompassing not just the walls, but the life Finnan had built and upheld. A life of discipline, legacy, and duty. For a long moment, Finnan said nothing, studying his son's face, as if searching for some sign, some reason to take this seriously. Finally he spoke, his voice gruff and steady. "Conle," he said slowly, "the night can be a strange place. and solitude often gives birth to visions we do not fully understand. Conle shook his head, frustration flickering beneath his awe. She was there, Father. I saw her, spoke with her. She looked at me as though she knew me, knew things about me I've never told anyone. His voice softened, almost to a whisper. She promised me a life beyond this one. Finnan's gaze hardened, the glint in his eyes turning skeptical, even wary. And what sort of life would this be? Without the bond of your people? She called it a land of peace, Conle replied, a hint of defiance in his voice. A place without sorrow. Isn't that worth something? Finnan leaned forward, his hands resting on the table, his voice growing more firm. Peace, Conle, is not found by running from life's burdens. You are my son, my only son. You were born to lead, to carry on what I have built. You cannot walk away from that just because some phantom promises you a life free of struggle. It wasn't just a promise, Conle replied, his voice tight with conviction. I know she is. Finnan sighed, the lines on his face deepening. Then let us speak with those who may have seen her. Perhaps someone else can tell us what you've encountered. His tone was gentle, but laced with an unspoken doubt that stung Conle more than he cared to admit. Wordlessly, Conle followed Finnan as his father began to question the household. He approached the sentries first, men who had trained under his command, men he trusted. They recounted their posts with dutiful precision, but none had seen a single figure on the hill besides Conle himself. There was no one but your son, my lord, one of them said, scratching his head, puzzled by the question. We'd have seen a woman. We patrolled the hill of Ushnok. He was alone as always. Finnan gave a curt nod, though a faint crease of worry crossed his brow as he moved on to the others. He spoke with the cook, the stable hands, even a shepherd who had tended his flock nearby the night before. Each person's response was the same. No woman had been seen on the hill. As Finnan listened to the same answer again and again, his face grew more closed, his lips pressed into a thin line. Finally, he returned to Conle, who had been waiting outside, watching with a growing sense of dread as each person shook their head and murmured words of denial. Father? Conle asked as Finnan approached, his voice tight. What did they say? Finnan's gaze softened, though his expression was one of careful resolve. No one saw her, Conle, he said, his voice gentle but firm. They all say you were alone. Conle felt the world shift beneath him, a hollow ache blooming in his chest. But she was there, he insisted, voice taut with frustration and disbelief. I spoke with her, looked into her eyes. She promised she would return. Finnan's eyes grew sad, his expression bearing a trace of sympathy that only deepened Conle's frustration. Son, sometimes we see what we wish to see. I know your heart longs for something beyond this life, but that does not mean every vision is real. Conle shook his head, feeling a desperation he could barely contain. You don't understand, he said, his voice shaking. She told me things about myself, things I have never spoken aloud. She looked at me as if she'd known me all my life. How can you deny that? Finnan placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his grip firm yet reassuring. If she is real, Conle, then she will return, as you say. But until then, I ask you to hold fast to what you know. Our lives are here, in this hall, with our people, not on some distant hill with a woman no one else can see. Conle's jaw clenched, his frustration spilling into quiet anger. You think I'm losing my senses? He whispered, barely able to look at his father. You think this was all just some dream? I think you are young, Finnan replied, his voice steady. And that yearning is a powerful thing. I would not be your father if I didn't worry for you. They stood in silence, the quiet filling the space between them. Conle's heart throbbed with a mixture of anger and sorrow, a sense of isolation settling over him like a weight. His father, his own blood, didn't believe him. His family, his friends, they all saw him as someone slipping into dangerous imaginings. But she was real. He knew it with every fiber of his being, as surely as he knew the earth beneath his feet. She was out there, waiting, and she had promised to return. He would see her again, no matter what anyone else believed. And until then, he would hold on to her memory as fiercely as he held on to his own heartbeat. The nights had grown restless for Conle, each one filled with a yearning that bordered on desperation. He replayed his father's words, the murmurs of doubt from the others, but they only fanned the embers of longing within him. Every corner of the hall, every face he passed, every word exchanged seemed to blur into the background, leaving only the memory of the woman and the quiet power of her promise. On the third night after their first meeting, Conle could no longer resist the pull. He slipped away from the hall under the cloak of darkness, the cool air brushing against his skin as he made his way back to the hill of Ushnok. The landscape was quiet, the stars casting a faint silver glow over the land, as if the hill itself were a place set apart from the rest of the world. He climbed to the summit, his heart pounding in his chest, his eyes scanning the shadowed slope for any sign of her. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours, but he didn't move. He stood in silence, waiting, listening, his breath shallow and expectant. Just as he was beginning to fear that she might not come, a soft rustle broke the stillness, and there she was, stepping out of the darkness, as if she had been woven from the night itself. She was just as he remembered, radiant, otherworldly, her presence filling the air with a warmth that seemed to come from beyond the reach of mortal fires. A soft smile played at her lips as she approached, her eyes gleaming with a quiet knowing. "You returned," she said, her voice smooth and warm, like a melody that reached directly into his soul. Conle nodded, unable to find the words, his gaze locked on her, drinking in every detail of her face, her shimmering hair, the ease with which she stood as though she belonged to both the earth and the sky. "I couldn't stay away," he said softly, his voice laced with awe and an unguarded honesty. I haven't been able to stop thinking about what you said." The woman's smile deepened, her eyes glowing with approval. "I knew you would return," she replied. "The heart that yearns to be free cannot be silenced for long." She reached into the folds of her dress, her hand emerging with a small, glistening object in her palm. A perfect apple, its skin a vibrant red that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. She held it out to him, her eyes steady, her smile enigmatic. "For you, Conle," she said, her voice a quiet invitation. "This apple will sustain you for as long as you desire the world I've promised. Take it, and know that each taste will bring you closer to the peace you seek." He hesitated, staring at the apple in her hand. There was something about it that felt sacred, as if it held the very essence of the place she had spoken of. With a slight tremor in his hand, he reached out and took the apple, feeling its cool, smooth surface against his skin. He looked up at her, a question forming on his lips, but she simply nodded, as if encouraging him to trust. Without another word, he brought the apple to his lips and took a tentative bite. The taste flooded his senses, richer and sweeter than anything he had ever known. It was as though the flavor held sunlight and starlight, as if he were tasting the very soul of an untouched land. A warmth spread through his body, filling him with a strength that felt boundless, a lightness that seemed to lift him off the ground. As he swallowed, a wave of peace washed over him, softening the edges of every worry, every doubt. The sensation was so complete, so enveloping, that for a moment he felt as if he were no longer on the hill at all, but somewhere far away, in the land she had spoken of, surrounded by an endless expanse of peace and light. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Conle nodded, still overcome by the sensation. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I'm more alive than I've ever been." She watched him, her gaze tender, yet knowing. "This is but a taste, Conle," she said softly. "A small piece of what awaits you. Keep the apple with you, and it will sustain you as long as you wish to be sustained by it. Each bite will bring you closer to the life you truly desire. He looked down at the apple in his hand, now with a single small bite taken out of it. Yet somehow it appeared as perfect and untouched as before. He turned it over, marveling at its flawless surface, feeling a thrill run through him at the sight. "You mean this will never wither?" he asked, his voice laced with wonder. "Not so long as you hold on to your longing," she replied, a slight smile curving her lips. "For as long as you desire my world, the apple will remain whole, just as your spirit will remain nourished. But should you let go of that longing..." Her voice trailed off, her expression unreadable. Conle understood, though he could hardly imagine ever letting go of the longing she had awakened in him. The idea of life in Chir Nameo, of freedom, of peace, of a world unbound by sorrow, felt like something he had waited his whole life to discover. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with gratitude and a question he could barely bring himself to ask. "Will I see you again?" The woman stepped closer, her gaze softening, the promise of something unspoken lingering in her eyes. "Yes, Conle," she murmured. "I will come again, and each time I will bring you closer to the life that awaits you. All I ask is that you hold on to this longing, to keep your heart open to the world beyond the one you know." He nodded, his chest tightening with a mix of hope and sadness. He didn't want her to leave, didn't want to lose the warmth and certainty of her presence. But he could feel her drawing back, slipping into the shadows as the stars began to dim with the coming dawn. "Remember, Conle," she said, her voice fading as she stepped into the night. "As long as you desire Chir Nameo, you will carry a piece of it within you. And then, just as before, she was gone, leaving him alone on the hill, the apple resting in his hand like a token from a dream. Conle stared at it, feeling the warmth of the bite he had taken still radiating within him, filling him with a strange, unshakable certainty. This was no ordinary fruit. It was a gift from a world beyond his own, a world he was beginning to realize he could no longer live without. He knew, even as he descended the hill, that nothing would ever be the same. In the days that followed, Conle found himself unable to touch any food other than the apple. Bread, meat, even the warm stews his family's cooks prepared with such care. They all felt foreign, tasteless, lacking. Each time he tried to eat something else, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction, a hollowness that gnawed at him until he reached for the apple again. And with every bite, he felt that same rush of warmth and strength, a vitality that filled him from the inside out. The strange, otherworldly fruit never diminished. Each morning he would pull it from his satchel, gazing at its perfect, untouched surface. It felt cool in his hand, yet somehow alive, as though it pulsed with a quiet energy he could barely comprehend. Each bite tasted as sweet and rich as the first, filling him with a peace that bordered on euphoria. It was not long before he stopped trying to eat anything else. The apple alone was enough, sustaining him in a way he could hardly explain. He felt lighter, sharper, as if he were seeing the world with new eyes, the ordinary around him appearing muted in comparison. The memory of the woman and her words lingered like a melody that refused to leave his mind, filling his waking hours and haunting his dreams. But his newfound obsession did not go unnoticed. Finnan observed his son with growing concern, the changes in him too clear to ignore. He watched as Conle ate only the apple, his gaze often distant, his responses growing more distracted. Conle would vanish for hours, drifting off to places in his mind where Finnan could not follow. He would sit by himself, staring off toward the distant hills, lost in thought, as if drawn to something invisible, something Finnan couldn't understand. One evening, unable to hold back his concern any longer, Finnan approached his son in the quiet of the hall, his footsteps heavy with worry. Conle sat by the window, the apple in his hand, gazing out over the land with an expression of longing Finnan had never seen before. For a moment, Finnan stood in silence, studying the boy he had raised, now grown into a young man who seemed to be slipping further and further from his reach. Finally, Finnan cleared his throat, his voice gruff. Conle turned, startled, his gaze momentarily clouded, as if it took him a moment to return to the present. Finnan's eyes fell on the apple in his son's hand, its strange, flawless skin gleaming in the firelight. "You've hardly touched anything else to eat," he said, his tone laced with concern. "How long has it been since you've had a meal?" Conle hesitated, glancing down at the apple. I'm not sure, but I don't feel hungry." He took a small bite, his eyes glazing over as the familiar warmth filled him. "More than enough, really." Finnan frowned, his brow furrowing. "You're living on nothing but that fruit?" "Conle, that's not natural." "It's as if you've been enchanted by it. By her." Conle's expression hardened, his grip on the apple tightening. "You don't understand, Father," he replied, a faint edge of defensiveness in his voice. "This apple, it's a gift. I feel stronger than I ever have before." Finnan studied his son's face, searching for some sign of the boy he had raised, the boy who had once looked up to him with clear eyes and a fierce loyalty. Now, Conle's gaze was distant, unfocused, his attention fixed on something beyond Finnan's grasp. "Conle," Finnan said quietly, his voice softened by worry. You speak of her as though she's real, as if she's something more than a shadow in your mind. I fear what this obsession is doing to you. I fear you're slipping into something beyond our world. Conle shook his head, his eyes flashing. She is real, Father, he insisted. She promised me a life beyond this one, a place of peace, of freedom. I've tasted it, felt it. This apple, it's a part of that world. Finnan's face tightened, his mouth set in a grim line. Even if she is real, Conle, what kind of life is that? One where you're sustained by something unnatural, something that pulls you away from your people, from your family? Can't you see what this is doing to you? Conle looked away, his expression conflicted. I don't expect you to understand, he said quietly. You have always belonged here. This is your world, but it isn't mine. His voice softened, tinged with a sadness he could barely admit to himself. I don't know if it ever has been. The silence between them grew thick, heavy with unspoken words. Finnan's heart ached as he watched his son withdraw, as though the boy he had raised were slipping into the shadows of a world Finnan could not enter. For all his strength, all his battles and victories, Finnan felt powerless. Finally, he took a breath, his voice steady but laced with a quiet plea. Promise me, Conle, that you won't lose yourself to this, to her. I've fought my whole life for you, to build a future you could be proud of. Don't let it slip away for the sake of a vision. Conle's gaze softened, but his resolve did not waver. I will be careful, Father, he said, his voice gentle yet unyielding. But I can't ignore this feeling. I can't let go of what she showed me, what I feel when I eat this apple. He looked down at the fruit, still untouched, still perfect, as if it held the promise of everything he had ever longed for. Finnan stared at it, a mixture of disbelief and unease flickering in his eyes, and he turned away, his footsteps echoing in the silence as he left his son to the shadows. And so the days passed, each one blending into the next, as Conle found himself slipping deeper into the hold of the apple and the memory of the woman. His strength never waned, his body nourished by something beyond earthly sustenance. Yet he felt lighter, almost as if he were becoming something else, something more than human. The apple had become his lifeline, a connection to the world the woman had promised. Every bite filled him with a sense of peace, a closeness to her presence that he could not find in anything or anyone else. But with each passing day, he felt the distance between him and his family grow, their concern deepening into whispers, their eyes following him with a wary, unspoken fear. Yet Conle was beyond their doubts, lost to the promise of a life he could not fully explain, a life that called to him with a power he could not deny. And as the apple sustained him, he knew one thing for certain: he would wait for her return, for the moment she would ask if he was ready, and he knew deep down that he was. Days passed, and Conle's behavior only grew more unsettling. Finnan watched his son with a mixture of confusion and dread, as Conle seemed to drift further from everything that had once tethered him to their world. He would see Conle sitting alone, the apple cradled carefully in his hands, his expression distant, as though his thoughts were 1,000 miles away. Finnan tried to reach him, to draw him back from whatever spell had taken hold. But each time he spoke to his son, he felt the gulf between them widening. Conle's words were soft but unwavering, his resolve impenetrable. He insisted that he had met the woman, that she was real, that her promises of a land free from sorrow were true. Finnan couldn't help but feel a sting of helplessness. For all his power as a warrior, he found himself unable to protect his son from the invisible grip of this enchantment. The apple had become a symbol of Conle's separation from them all. Finnan's own stomach churned every time he saw it. Watching Conle take careful, reverent bites from the fruit that no one else could explain, a fruit that never seemed to diminish. No earthly apple could sustain a man. Yet Conle grew no weaker. In fact, he seemed stronger, more vibrant than ever, as if the strange fruit were nourishing him with something beyond the physical. Desperation grew within Finnan. He couldn't ignore the shift in his son, the way Conle looked through him, the way he gazed off into the distance, longing for something that Finnan could not see. And so, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Finnan did what he had rarely done in his life. He sought help. He called for Oisin, his trusted druid, a man of deep wisdom and ancient knowledge, respected not only for his skill in healing and magic, but for his insights into the mysteries that lay beyond the mortal realm. Oisin had served beside Finnan for years, advising him in times of war and peace alike, and Finnan trusted him implicitly. Oisin entered the hall, his robes flowing behind him, his face solemn. He was older than Finnan, with silver hair that hung past his shoulders, and a gaze that seemed to pierce through to the core of anyone he spoke with. He approached Finnan with a slight nod, sensing the gravity of his summons. "What troubles you, Finnan of the 100 Battles?" Oisin asked, his voice calm, yet carrying a weight that demanded honesty. Finnan took a deep breath, his brow furrowing as he met Oisin's gaze. "It is my son, Conle," he said quietly, his voice unsteady in a way Oisin had rarely heard. "Something has taken hold of him. A woman, he says, who appeared to him on the hill. He insists that she comes from some otherworldly realm, that she has promised him a place there, a life free from the burdens of this world. Oisin listened carefully, his eyes narrowing with thought. This woman, has anyone else seen her? Finnan shook his head, frustration flashing in his eyes. He speaks of her with such certainty, yet no one has laid eyes on her but him. And that's not all. She gave him an apple, a strange fruit that seems to sustain him on its own. It's been days since he's touched any other food, and still, he grows no weaker. Oisin's expression grew grave, his gaze darkening as he absorbed Finnan's words. An apple, you say? Yes, Finnan replied, a note of dread creeping into his voice. He eats from it daily, yet it never diminishes. It's as though he's bound to it, body and spirit. Oisin sighed, his eyes flickering with ancient knowledge, a memory of stories long buried. I have heard of such things, Finnan. Gifts from the otherworld, tokens that bind those who receive them, feeding not only their bodies, but their minds, drawing them further from our world and deeper into another. Finnan clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. But what does it mean, Oisin? What is happening to my son? Oisin paused, his gaze distant, as if reaching across the boundary of worlds in search of an answer. The otherworld is a place of great beauty and peace, but it is not without danger. The beings who dwell there are not like us. They live by their own rules, untouched by time or mortal care. For them, life is an endless dream, unbound by our laws. Those they choose to bring into their realm often find themselves changed. Some say enchanted, others say lost. Finnan's face hardened, his worry deepening into something closer to fear. Are you saying my son is being taken from us? It is possible, Oisin said slowly, choosing his words with care. She has given him a taste of her world, a thread that binds him to it. The apple is not merely food. It is a symbol of his connection to her, a token that keeps him anchored to the other world. So long as he desires her world, he will continue to drift further from this one. Finnan's hands clenched as he struggled to contain his frustration. But he is my son, he said, his voice rough with emotion. I cannot let him slip away, not like this. Is there nothing I can do? Oisin considered this, his gaze steady. I could perform a ritual, a spell of protection, one that would silence her voice, sever the connection that binds them. It would be a temporary measure, but it may be enough to weaken her hold on him. Finnan nodded, his resolve hardening. Whatever it takes, I must bring him back. Oisin placed a steadying hand on Finnan's shoulder, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. Know this, Finnan. If your son's heart truly belongs to her, no magic can sever their bond forever. the heart follows its own path, and sometimes that path leads beyond what we can see or hold. But I will try. Finnan's eyes narrowed, his jaw set with determination. Do what you must, Oisin. He is still my son, and I will not lose him to a phantom. Oisin nodded, bowing his head in agreement. Without another word, he began to prepare for the ritual, gathering herbs and setting sacred symbols along the floor of the hall, whispering incantations under his breath. Finnan watched him, a simmering desperation in his gaze, as though willing Oisin's magic to be strong enough to save his son. As the night deepened, Oisin began the ritual, his voice rising and falling in ancient words, his hands moving in practiced gestures. Finnan watched, silent and unblinking, his heart pounding with a mix of hope and fear. The hall filled with a faint, shimmering light, as though the air itself were shifting, charged with the energy of the spell. Outside, the wind began to stir, brushing against the walls of the hall, a subtle shift that carried with it a strange, otherworldly silence. Finnan held his breath, watching Oisin's movements, feeling the weight of each word, each gesture. Finally, the druid's voice faded, and the hall returned to stillness. Oisin's face was pale, his eyes weary but resolute. "It is done," he said, his voice soft but steady. Her voice will be silenced for now. But remember, Finnan, the heart is a powerful thing. This may be enough to weaken her hold, but it will not erase the longing within him. Finnan nodded, a grim satisfaction settling over him. He could only hope that this would be enough, that his son would return to them, that the strange woman's hold over him would wane, and he would once again find his place among his people. Yet, even as he left the hall, a lingering doubt tugged at his mind. He couldn't ignore the look in Conle's eyes, the way his son's spirit seemed to be reaching for something beyond this life, something Finnan could neither see nor understand. But he would fight for Conle, just as he had fought every battle before. Whatever it took, he would bring his son back. For a brief, quiet period, Oisin's spell took hold, wrapping Conle's mind in a shroud of calm that blocked out the woman's voice and the relentless pull of her world. Conle found himself surrounded once more by the ordinary sounds of his life, the crackling fires in the hall, the soft conversations of the household, the familiar rhythms of the daily routines. It was as if the spell had woven a veil between him and the strange, otherworldly presence that had filled his thoughts and dreams. He felt lighter, almost as if he were waking from a long and heavy slumber. Finnan watched his son with a tentative hope, noticing the subtle but promising changes. Conle ate his meals, reaching for the bread and meat set before him. the untouched apple left at his side like a dormant relic of the enchantment that had clouded his mind. Finnan's heart swelled with a cautious relief, daring to believe that perhaps Oisin's spell had done its work, that his son might finally be free from the woman's influence. In those days, Conle's gaze began to focus once more, his mind turning back to the tasks he had once taken for granted. Finnan watched as he trained with the younger men, his strength and skill returning, his laughter, though subdued, echoing faintly as he joined his friends in conversation. Each day, the color returned to his cheeks, and Finnan found himself breathing a little easier, his hope rekindling with every small sign of Conle's recovery. One afternoon, Finnan sat beside Oisin near the hall's fire, his gaze steady but softened with gratitude. "You've done well, Oisin," he said quietly. "I feared I had lost him, that she had taken him somewhere I couldn't reach." Oisin nodded, though his face was marked by a deep caution. The spell was cast to block her voice, her influence, but it can only do so much. The heart, Finnan, it will go where it wills, spell or no spell. Finnan's face darkened, but he held his gaze firm. He will stay here. This is his world, his life. Whatever binds him to that other place, it must weaken in time. Oisin's silence was heavy, laced with the knowledge of worlds that Finnan could not see. He didn't speak, but the shadows in his eyes suggested a doubt he could not voice. Finnan, however, remained steadfast, his heart clinging to the visible signs of his son's return. Days passed in this strange calm, each one feeling more normal than the last, and Conle began to wonder if the memory of the woman had only been a passing dream, a phantom that had come and gone with the night. He tried to shake the lingering feeling of her presence, to dismiss the vague sense of loss that tugged at him when he looked out toward the hill. He turned his mind toward his family, his friends, his training, and the life his father had set before him, determined to bury whatever remnants of the encounter lingered in his thoughts. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon one evening, casting the sky in shades of purple and gold, Conle felt a quiet restlessness stirring deep within him, like a spark waiting to be kindled. He reached for the apple, which lay untouched on his table, its surface still as flawless and vibrant as the night he had first received it. His fingers grazed it, and he felt a faint warmth, a whisper of the peace and strength that had once filled him with each bite. For the first time in days, a sliver of doubt crept back into his heart. He wondered if the peace he felt was genuine, or if it was simply the absence of something he couldn't yet name. That night, as the hall grew silent and his family drifted into sleep, Conle found himself drawn to the window, his eyes fixed on the distant hill. The air was still, the stars bright and piercing, and in that moment he felt the faintest brush of something familiar, a whisper, an echo, the gentlest call that stirred his spirit and made his heart ache with longing. He turned away, shaking his head, trying to convince himself that it was nothing, just a memory, a shadow of an enchantment that had faded. But as the days went on, that quiet call grew stronger, like a thread pulling at his heart, urging him back to the place where he had first seen her. And slowly, he began to feel the void left by her absence, a silence that seemed to grow louder with each passing day. As the days wore on, Conle felt the grip of Oisin's spell loosening. The calm that had settled over him began to wane, replaced by a familiar and haunting ache, a yearning that stirred from somewhere deep within him, growing louder with each passing moment. He would catch himself glancing toward the hill, his heart quickening at the thought of her, the woman who had spoken of Tír na Meo, of freedom and peace. Her memory clung to him, as persistent and undeniable as his own heartbeat. For all their efforts, nothing could soothe the growing ache that had settled in his chest. At first, he tried to bury it, convincing himself that the longing was a remnant of the spell, a trick of the mind. But the harder he tried to suppress it, the more it blossomed, spreading through him like a fire, consuming every thought, every sense, until it was all he could feel. The apple sat on his table, untouched, yet as perfect as the night she had given it to him. He found himself drawn to it, reaching for it when the yearning grew too strong, holding it in his hands as though it were the only real thing he could grasp. Its flawless skin seemed to shimmer faintly in the firelight, as if it held within it a piece of the world she had promised, a fragment of Tír na Meo itself. The apple became more than just a fruit. It was her. It was the whisper of her voice, the warmth of her gaze, the promise of a life beyond the weight of his father's legacy. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Conle took a bite. The familiar sweetness flooded his senses, rich and overwhelming, filling him with a warmth that seemed to erase every shadow of doubt. Each taste was like a spark, rekindling the fire that Oisin's spell had dimmed. It was as if he could feel her presence in every bite, as if each taste brought him closer to her, to the world she had promised. Finnan noticed the change almost immediately. He would watch Conle during meals, his gaze darkening each time his son pushed aside the food before him, his eyes fixed only on the apple. Finnan's patience wore thin as he watched Conle drift further into this obsession, his son's mind slipping into a world Finnan could not enter. One evening, Finnan could bear it no longer. He found Conle seated alone by the hearth, the apple in his hand, his eyes distant and unfocused. Finnan approached him, his voice low but edged with frustration. "Conle," he said, his voice a mixture of anger and sorrow. "You are wasting away, caught in the thrall of this woman's promise. Can you not see how her influence is pulling you further from us? From your own life?" Conle looked up, the apple still cradled in his hand, his expression distant yet unwavering. "Father, you do not understand," he replied, his voice steady but tinged with a sadness Finnan could not comprehend. "What I felt with her, what she showed me, it is more real than anything I have known in this life." Finnan's jaw clenched, his hands curling into fists. What could be more real than your family? Than the people who need you, who look to you for strength and guidance? Conle looked away, his gaze drifting to the shadows beyond the firelight. "It is not about strength or guidance," he murmured. "A freedom I have never known, Father. I love our people, but in her world, there is no burden, no weight of legacy, no need to be anything other than what I am. Isn't that worth something?" Finnan felt a surge of helplessness, his frustration giving way to fear. "And what of this world, Conle? The world you were born into? The world you belong to?" Conle's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow as he met his father's gaze. "I don't know if I belong here, Father. Not in the way you do." His fingers tightened around the apple, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Cheer Nemeo, it calls to me. It feels like a place I was meant to be." Finnan stood there, silent, his heart breaking as he realized the depth of his son's longing, a longing he could not fill or even understand. He could see it in Conle's eyes, a need, a desire that went beyond anything he could offer, a call that seemed to come from a place beyond this world. Unable to bear the weight of his father's gaze, Conle turned his eyes back to the apple, feeling its warmth pulse gently in his hand, a reminder of the promise she had made. No comfort, no words from his family could match the pull of that other world, the world that waited for him just beyond the reach of the spell. The stillness of the evening had settled over the hall, a deep quiet that blanketed everything in a heavy, dreamlike calm. Conle sat alone by the window, gazing out toward the distant hill under the stars. The ache of longing had grown within him, becoming a constant pulse in his chest, an ever-present reminder of the world he had tasted but could not reach. Suddenly, as if carried on the faintest whisper of wind, he heard her voice. It was so soft at first that he thought it must be his imagination, but it grew stronger, filling his mind, piercing the quiet that Oisin's spell had woven around him. Conle. The voice was smooth, gentle, but there was an urgency to it, an intensity that set his heart pounding. Did you think I would leave you? They tried to silence me, she murmured, her voice carrying a hint of amusement, as though she found Oisin's spell nothing more than a minor inconvenience. But no mortal magic can keep us apart, Conle. I have always been here. He closed his eyes, feeling her words pour over him like warm water, dissolving every doubt, every restraint that had held him back. Her voice was a balm to his soul, smoothing over the edges of his worry, erasing the last traces of the spell that had dulled his longing. Come back to the hill, Conle, she continued, her voice a soft, insistent call. I am waiting for you, as I promised. This world cannot bind you if you do not wish to be bound. There is a place for you in Cirnameo, a place where you are free to be what you were always meant to be. His fingers tightened around the apple, its warmth flaring in response to her words, as if echoing the pulse of her call. The apple, the taste of paradise, the promise of peace. It was all coming back to him in a rush, filling him with a need so intense that it drowned out every thought of his family, his father, his home. There was only her voice, her promise, calling him to a life beyond the confines of his own. The desire to see her, to be near her, became a relentless urge that thrummed in his veins, taking hold of him with a force he could neither resist nor deny. Her voice wove through his mind, gentle yet unbreakable, pulling him toward the hill as if an invisible thread connected them. No one here understands you, Conle, she murmured, her tone soft but powerful, each word fanning the flames of his longing. They cannot see what you see, cannot feel what you feel. But in Cirnameo, there is a place where you belong, where you will never be asked to be something you are not. Conle felt his heart tighten, a longing so fierce it felt like pain. Her words struck at the very core of him, at the part of himself that had always felt out of place, the part that yearned for freedom, for something beyond the weight of expectation and tradition. Come to me, Conle, she whispered, her voice growing softer, more alluring, as though she were right beside him, her presence a soft light in the dark. They may try to hold you here, but your heart knows where it belongs. No spell can sever our bond. No magic can silence what we are. Her voice was both a promise and a challenge, daring him to follow her, to break free from the life that had bound him, and to claim the world that waited just beyond the veil. The spell that Oisin had cast felt like a distant memory, a feeble attempt to restrain something too vast, too powerful to be contained. Conle opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the hill, his heart racing. The barriers that had held him, the doubts and concerns that had bound him to his father's world, crumbled beneath the weight of her call. She was real. Her world was real, and it was calling him, offering him a life that felt as essential to him as breath. "Come to me," she whispered once more, her voice a gentle command that sent a shiver down his spine. "The choice is yours, Conle, but remember, I am waiting, and Cheer Nameo is waiting." The longing within him flared brighter, more intense than ever, as if her words had opened a door within him that could never be closed. Her voice lingered, a melody that seemed to wind through his thoughts, binding him to her, assuring him that no force in the mortal world could keep them apart. And as her presence faded, leaving him alone in the quiet hall, Conle knew, with a certainty that left no room for doubt, that he would go to her. The following night, as Conle sat alone on the hill, the air seemed to hum with a quiet, powerful energy. He could feel her presence before he saw her, a warmth that wrapped around him, soothing and exhilarating all at once. Then, as if drawn from the very night itself, she appeared before him, her face illuminated by the faint glow of the stars, her eyes bright with a knowledge that went beyond words. "Conle," she whispered, her voice soft but resonant, each word pulling him further into her world. "You have waited, and I have returned, as I promised. Are you ready to know what awaits you in Cheer Nameo?" He nodded, his breath catching, his heart racing with an intensity that left him almost dizzy. She stepped closer, her gaze meeting his, and he felt as though he were being drawn into the depths of those eyes, into a world he could only glimpse, but longed to fully understand. "Cheer Nameo?" she began, her voice a melody that painted images in his mind. "Is a land of endless peace. There, the days pass like gentle waves, soft and unhurried, never darkened by pain or sorrow. The sun rises and sets in a world without shadows, where every soul is free to wander as it wishes, without burden, without fear." Her words filled his mind with visions so vivid they felt like memories. He could see fields that stretched to the horizon, golden and serene, touched by a sunlight that seemed to glow from within. He saw gentle rivers winding through emerald landscapes, their waters clear and still, reflecting skies of endless blue. "In Cheer Nameo," she continued, her voice a caress, "there is no hunger, no need for struggle or survival. The land itself provides as freely as the air you breathe. Each step you take is light, unburdened, and each day is filled with only what you desire. There is music and laughter, rest and joy, all without end." As she spoke, Conle felt himself slipping further into the images she wove, his heart aching with a longing that left him breathless. He could almost feel the soft grass beneath his feet, taste the sweetness of the air, feel the warmth of an eternal sun on his skin, the weight of his earthly life, the expectations, the demands, his father's legacy. It all felt distant, fading into insignificance in the face of this vision. She stepped closer, her hand reaching out, though she did not touch him, her fingers hovering close to his, as if bridging the gap between their worlds. In Echtra Conle, you will know yourself as you truly are. You will not be bound by duty, by the desires of others. You will live as freely as the wind, as boundless as the stars. But my family, he murmured, his voice wavering, his gaze shifting briefly to the shadows of the hills beyond. My father, my people, they need me here. I don't know if I can simply leave them behind. The woman's eyes softened, a knowing smile playing at her lips. They will remember you, Conle, as you are now. And in time, they will come to understand that some spirits are meant for other realms. Those who love you will carry your memory with them, and you will always be a part of this world, even if you choose to live beyond it. Her words were both a comfort and a challenge, assuring him that he would not be forgotten, but also that he must choose between this life and the one she offered. The thought filled him with a pang of sorrow, but it was laced with excitement, a strange, intoxicating thrill at the idea of stepping into a life that was his alone. "Close your eyes," she whispered, her voice soft and inviting. He did as she asked, feeling the night around him, and as her words wove through him, he felt as if he were standing in Echtra itself, surrounded by a peace so profound that it brought tears to his eyes. He saw himself walking along sunlit paths, feeling a lightness he had never known, unbound by any weight, moving freely, at one with the world around him. There was laughter, gentle music drifting on the air, and a warmth that seemed to come from the earth itself, filling him with a joy that felt both ancient and new. When he opened his eyes, he found her watching him, her gaze deep and unblinking. "This is your choice, Conle," she said softly. "The world of your birth, with all its burdens and ties, or Echtra, where you will know only freedom. But understand that this choice is yours alone. No one can make it for you." Conle felt his heart wrench, torn between the two worlds she had laid before him. He could feel the weight of his family's love, his father's unyielding belief in him, the duty he had been born into. But he could also feel the pull of Echtra, a call so deep it seemed to echo within his soul, whispering to a part of himself he had only just discovered. He looked at her, his voice barely a whisper. "If I go, I can never return, can I?" She shook her head, her expression gentle but firm. "Once you cross into Chir Nameo, you will be a part of that world. This life, with all its ties, will fall away as surely as the darkness falls before dawn. But you will find peace there, Conle, a peace that no earthly life can offer." Her words settled over him like a warm blanket, soothing his doubts, his fears. The choice felt as inevitable as the sunrise, as though he had been moving toward it his entire life, pulled by a thread he could not see. The thought of his family, of Finnan's fierce love, the life he was meant to lead, all of it felt like a dream, something beautiful but transient, a memory that would remain with him even as he stepped into a new world. As he gazed into her eyes, he knew that the path was laid before him, clear and bright, waiting only for his step. And with a final, quiet breath, Conle realized that the choice was already made, that his heart had already leapt beyond the boundaries of his earthly life. He would go to Chir Nameo, to the land of eternal peace, and leave behind the burdens he had carried for so long. The fire crackled softly in the hall, casting flickering shadows across the walls as night settled around them. Finnan sat alone, his gaze fixed on the flames, his face drawn with the weight of unspoken worry. He had sensed, with each passing day, the growing distance in his son, a distance that had formed into something solid, something that felt almost like grief. No amount of strength or command could close that gap, and he knew he was losing Conle to a force he could neither see nor understand. As if summoned by Finnan's unspoken thoughts, Conle appeared in the doorway. He lingered there, his face half hidden in the shadows, the faint light of the fire reflecting in his eyes. Finnan looked up, his heart tightening at the sight of him, but he held himself steady, meeting his son's gaze with a calm strength. "Come, sit with me," Finnan said quietly, gesturing to the seat beside him. Conle moved forward, his steps slow and hesitant, as if he were carrying the weight of a world on his shoulders. He lowered himself onto the bench beside his father, his hands clasped tightly in his lap, his gaze fixed on the fire, as if it held the answers to the questions he could not voice. For a long moment, they sat in silence, the crackling of the fire filling the empty space between them. Finally, Conle took a deep breath, his voice barely a whisper. "Father," he began, his tone raw, vulnerable in a way Finnan had rarely heard. "I don't know how to explain this feeling. It's as if something within me is being called to a place I cannot see, a place that feels like home." Finnan's face tightened, but he kept his gaze steady, nodding for Conle to continue. "The woman," Conle continued, his voice soft, almost reverent. She spoke to me of a world called Chirnameo, a world where there is no sorrow, no pain, only peace. She told me there is a place for me there, that I would belong in ways I have never belonged here. Finnan's jaw clenched, and he could feel the surge of helpless anger rising within him, an urge to fight against this invisible force that had stolen his son's heart. But he forced himself to remain calm, to listen, to understand. "And you believe her?" Finnan asked, his voice low and edged with concern. Conle nodded, his gaze unwavering. "I feel it as surely as I feel the ground beneath me. It's as if this world is only a shadow, and the real life, the true peace, lies beyond it. I have tried to ignore it, to push it away, but the call grows stronger with each day. I cannot escape it." Finnan took a deep, steadying breath, his face filled with a quiet sorrow. "Son, I know the power of longing, of wanting something beyond the reach of our lives. But you must understand, this world, our world, is built on things you can see and touch. The life you are speaking of, this Chirnameo, it may be nothing more than an illusion, a fantasy that promises peace, but leads only to emptiness." Conle looked at his father, his expression conflicted, torn between his love for Finnan and the irresistible pull of the world the woman had shown him. "But what if it's real, Father? What if there is a life beyond this one? A life where I am free from duty, from the expectations that bind me. I have seen it, felt it. It's more than just a dream." Finnan's gaze softened, and he reached out, placing a hand on his son's shoulder, his grip firm and steady. "I fear for you, Conle," he said quietly. "I fear that this woman is showing you only what you wish to see, drawing you into a world that may not exist beyond her promises. And I fear that if you follow her, you will lose yourself, and we will lose you." Conle's face twisted with a mixture of sadness and frustration. "Father, you speak of fear of loss, but every part of me knows that I am already lost here. I am caught between worlds, unable to fully belong to either. This life you've built, it is yours, and I am grateful for it. But I am not you. I cannot walk the path you have laid out for me." Finnan's hand tightened on his shoulder, his voice rough with emotion. "I have fought my entire life for you, Conle. Every battle, every sacrifice, it was all for you, to give you a future, to make you strong. Do not throw it away for the sake of a vision." Conle's gaze softened, his eyes filling with a quiet, unspoken love. I know what you have done, and I am proud to be your son. But I cannot ignore the call within me. It is not something I can explain or even fully understand. It is like a fire that consumes me from within, and if I do not answer it, I fear I will fade into nothing. Finnan felt his heart breaking, torn between his love for his son and the deep, unshakable fear that he was losing him to something beyond his grasp. He fought to find the right words, to pull Conle back from the brink, to remind him of the life that lay before him. But he could see the resolve in his son's eyes, a resolve that was as fierce and unyielding as his own. "Conle," he said, his voice a desperate plea, "please, do not go. Stay here, with your family, with those who love you. This life, with all its burdens, is real. It is solid, unchanging. What she offers you is a world of shadows, a place that may vanish the moment you reach for it." Conle's gaze grew distant, as though he were already looking beyond the walls of the hall, beyond the world they shared. "I cannot stay," he said softly. "If I stay, I will only be half alive, a shadow of myself. I will always wonder, always feel the pull of that other world. And I cannot live like that." Finnan's hand slipped from his shoulder, his face etched with sorrow, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Then you leave us with nothing but memories, Conle. You leave me with nothing but the echo of a son I cannot keep." Conle's eyes shimmered with tears, his voice filled with quiet resolve and an ache that tore at him. "Father, I will always carry you with me. I will always remember what you have taught me, what you have given me. But this is my path, my choice." They sat in silence, the finality of Conle's words settling over them like a shadow. Finnan's heart ached with a pain he could not express, a grief that felt as real as any loss he had known on the battlefield. He had faced countless enemies, countless threats, but none as powerful as the force that had taken hold of his son's heart. At last, Finnan turned away, unable to bear the weight of Conle's gaze. He nodded, his voice choked with unspoken sorrow. "If this is truly what you desire, then I will not stop you. But know that you leave a world that will always remember you, a family that will always wait for your return." Conle swallowed, his own heart heavy with the knowledge of the choice he had made. He reached out, clasping his father's hand, holding it tightly for a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity. "I love you, Father," he whispered, his voice filled with a depth of emotion that transcended words. Finnan held his son's gaze, his own eyes filled with unshed tears, and nodded. "Find your peace if it is truly there, but know that you take a piece of us with you. They sat in silence, two hearts bound by love and divided by fate, each knowing that this was goodbye. The night was silent as Conle made his way to the hill, his heart steady, his mind clear. The weight of his decision had settled upon him, yet it brought a calm that he had never known. He was no longer torn. He understood now that his path led beyond this life, beyond the mortal world his family cherished. This was a journey only he could take, and he felt at peace with it. As he reached the summit, she was there, waiting for him, her figure illuminated softly by the starlight. She watched him approach, her expression gentle, as though she sensed that this final meeting was more a formality than a choice. "Conle," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet assurance. She took a step toward him, her gaze warm, understanding. "You have come, as I knew you would." Conle nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "I have," he replied, his voice steady. "I know where I belong now. I feel it as surely as I feel the earth beneath me." The woman smiled, her eyes bright with approval. She lifted a hand, and, with a graceful gesture, she allowed a vision of Nameo to unfold around them. The world transformed, filled with the beauty he had glimpsed before. Golden fields that stretched beyond the horizon, rivers that wound through emerald hills, a sky so vast and clear that it seemed boundless. But this time, the vision felt different. It was no longer a tantalizing glimpse of something unreachable. It was an invitation, an open door, waiting only for him to step through. "Your place is here, Conle," she said, her voice quiet, but filled with certainty. "In Nameo, you will find the peace you have longed for, a life free from the burdens of your world." Conle closed his eyes, breathing in the warmth of this world, the soft, gentle air that filled him with a calm he had never felt in his father's hall. He knew, with a final, quiet certainty, that this was his path. The longing, the restlessness, the sense of belonging that had eluded him his entire life. It was all here, waiting for him to claim it. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, but filled with the fullness of his heart. He opened his eyes, meeting her gaze, and nodded. "Then rest here one last time, Conle, for in the morning we depart this world." Morning broke softly over the land, a pale light filtering through mist and casting the world in hues of gray and gold. O'Sheen, Finnan's unwavering druid, had suffered a troubled and restless night. His dreams had been plagued by visions of his failure, visions of Finnan's only son departing to a world out of reach to mortal men. In his heart, he knew what these dreams meant. Time was short, and the final act was about to begin. And so, unbeknownst to Finnan, Oisin prepared one last spell, a final attempt to sever the woman's hold on Conle, to protect him from what he saw as a fate far worse than any mortal burden. As dawn began to stretch across the sky, Oisin made his way up the hill. He moved quickly, his robes flowing around him, his face drawn and determined. Finnan, looking out of the grand windows of his great hall, noticed him, his brows knitting in concern. Without hesitation, he rushed after Oisin, certain that whatever was unfolding involved his son. Before long, villagers of every kind were drawn toward the hill, compelled by the unmistakable urgency in Oisin's stride and the even greater urgency in Finnan's pursuit. By the time Oisin reached the summit, a small crowd had gathered, watching as the druid lifted his staff, his voice rising with a powerful incantation that echoed through the misty air. He seemed to yell at Conle, who stood talking to someone neither the crowd nor the druid could see. Oisin's incantation continued, his voice growing louder, summoning a force that seemed to ripple through the air, distorting the light around the woman as he attempted to sever her connection to the mortal world. Conle felt a sudden tremor deep inside, a flicker of resistance, as if something were pulling him back, holding him from the choice he had already made. "Oisin," the woman finally uttered, her voice low but filled with an otherworldly resonance that seemed to silence the wind. "You may try to bind me with your mortal magic, but know that I am beyond its reach. I belong to the Otherworld, and no spell can sever what is bound by destiny." Oisin's face twisted with frustration, his voice rising as he poured the full strength of his power into the spell. The crowd held their breath, watching in awe and fear as the air around her shimmered, swirling with the energy of his incantation. And then, in a stunning instant, the spell backfired. A burst of light erupted around the woman, an ethereal glow that engulfed her and expanded outward, casting a brilliant, radiant aura across the hilltop. The light was blinding, filling the air with a shimmering brilliance that made the onlookers shield their eyes. When the glow subsided, the woman stood revealed, her true form visible to all. She was not merely beautiful, she was radiant, her skin glowing like the dawn, her hair flowing like liquid silver, her eyes deep and knowing, as though she held the secrets of worlds unseen. Her presence was undeniable, a force of nature that transcended mortal understanding, filling the hilltop with an overwhelming sense of awe. The crowd gasped, whispers spreading among them as they realized, with a mixture of shock and wonder, that Conle had not been speaking of illusions. She was real, more real than any of them had imagined, and her pull on him was undeniable, a force that no spell, no mortal command could ever hope to break. Finnan, standing at the edge of the gathering, felt his heart tighten with both pride and sorrow. He had doubted at first that she could be anything more than a vision, a figment of his son's restless mind. But now he understood. Conle's path was one that reached beyond the mortal realm, beyond the life Finnan had tried to give him. The woman's power, her grace, left no room for disbelief. She was not a mere enchantment. She was a being of another world, and her world called to Conle with a pull that no father's love could deny. The woman's gaze softened as she turned to Conle, her hand extended, waiting. "Come, Conle," she said, her voice soft yet resonant, carrying with it the weight of promises fulfilled. Conle looked back at the gathered faces, his family, his friends, his father, all watching him with a mixture of wonder, grief, and awe. He felt their love, their reluctance to let him go. But he knew, as he looked into the woman's eyes, that his heart belonged to the world she offered. The finality of his choice settled over him like a gentle, unbreakable bond. With a last glance at Finnan, Conle offered his father a faint, wistful smile, filled with gratitude and love. "Thank you, Father," he whispered, his voice carrying on the morning breeze. Finnan nodded, his face etched with sorrow, but also with acceptance, understanding that this was a journey Conle was meant to take. He watched, his heart heavy yet filled with pride, as his son stepped forward, his hand slipping into hers, the bond between them undeniable. As soon as Conle's hand touched hers, a soft, crystalline sound filled the air, like chimes ringing in the wind, and the mist began to part, revealing a ship, a vessel crafted from shimmering crystal, its surface gleaming with an iridescent light. It floated just beyond the hill's edge, suspended as if waiting to carry them across the veil that separated the worlds. The woman guided Conle toward the ship, her movements graceful, otherworldly, her gaze never leaving his. Together, they stepped onto the deck, their figures bathed in the gentle, radiant glow that seemed to emanate from the ship itself. The crowd watched in reverent silence, their skepticism replaced by awe, their hearts heavy with a sorrow tempered by wonder. They understood now that Conle had been chosen, that his path led beyond the boundaries of their world, into a realm they could only dream of. As the ship began to drift forward, the mist thickening around it, Finnan felt a tear slip down his cheek, his heart both broken and uplifted. His son was leaving, journeying into a world he could not follow. But he knew that Conle had found his peace, and for that, he felt a bittersweet gratitude. The ship sailed into the mist, growing fainter with each passing moment, until it was nothing more than a glimmer of light on the horizon. The gathered villagers stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the spot where the vessel had disappeared, each of them touched by a sense of reverence, a quiet understanding that they had witnessed something extraordinary. And then, as the last traces of the ship faded into the distance, Finnan whispered into the stillness a final, quiet farewell. "Go well, my son," he murmured, his voice filled with a love that would linger even across the realms. The hilltop fell silent once more, bathed in the light of the rising sun, a gentle golden glow that warmed the earth, carrying with it the memory of a son's last goodbye and the promise of a life beyond the reach of sorrow. That is the end of tonight's story. For those of you who are still awake, I wish you a blessed night. I will leave you with the sound of the fireplace for the next few hours to avoid advertisements waking you up.